Load the game. Yes. Load the game is what I gotta do. Yep, that's better. Still convinced the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. Alright. My lord, this defense has to exercise its right to summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Well, shit. Oh, I should just, to be continued. My god. I saved for nothing last night then. We ended, if I knew. Oh well, it is what it is. It is what it is, and part 3 I think, right? It's time. I'll consider the defense counsel's request for a further confirmation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very well, very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and consider consensually for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Alright, here we go. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. 3 books. There was some novel after an alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. How life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Direct hit, huh? Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home any some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. How? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. That's quite enough, Primable. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Rinosuke, focus your mind now. Pop. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Gary Depp. We have a book that disappeared from the Gary Depp's house on the evening of the incident. The 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I have learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Gary Depp and how she reacts even to the things other people say. Okay? Hold it! But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incidentary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Gary Depp. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about your number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning her hair at Mrs. Carrie Depp's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Used to it?
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then. Like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some recreaties with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about. You know, she can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of a marital bliss then. Sure, like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It's too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful? Wonder if Mr. Pete will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. About the possibility that the window was open. What about it? The prosecutor fell over there said it earlier, didn't he? Windows in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of growth indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? Just wasn't, they wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having a windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Okay. But as we know now, there are 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry. Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a furious scrap with his wife or something you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. But anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing really left to say.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean. Oh my, such a delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Overwhelmingly modern, metropolitan. But as modern gals are always delighted to embrace new facts, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you committed irrational there. Alright, it's been a while. Does it have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Because last winter my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top. On the top it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put a candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course that was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them up out, only I must have blown it wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up, the whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like a devil worship to me. But then he sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had filled up with the smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. Windows. The bitter winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. And it was devil worship all along. Something about this omen story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seems convinced they are right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to treat them against... Yeah. Okay. Merhaba.
Objection!
These two statements are clear contradict one another. They do. How exactly cancel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Yeah, emergency? You'd be mad not to open the... And then they in question that at the same time of things that there was a fire in the Gary Depp household. Mr. Gary Depp had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh my hat.
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Gary Depp! Oh, dear me. What is the meaning of this? How do you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if he did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering, even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. It's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You have managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Gary Depp's formal statement. Okay. Should I just press this one then? The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Bride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gary Depp told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Bride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. I really noticed I was throwing a book, must latch the title of it.
Excuse me.
What is it? Juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. Ah, was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all floating back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Carrie Depp, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that it's not because he's used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a haul. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard that the half of it, boy. Oh, the wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women loses their rack, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Starhordo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. Please attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather insignificant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and narrow thing later right there.
Objection!
Oh no!
Hold it!
Okay.
Hold it!
You ever threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right, she was chopping meal with it, had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were recording, and since then, the list of things she threw at me has grown along with our relationship. There's a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to the head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. In the face of it, this George statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here.
Objection!
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain counsel at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, what do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back? What are you talking about? You have demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Bride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gary Depp's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gary Depp household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Gary Depp could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Is that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanball? I'm beginning to understand that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, Perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. It was this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really thinking taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense theory. The object found in this raid from the Gary Depp's household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Gary Depp. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? It's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp were in throes of argument. Mrs. Gary Depp was hurling anything she could at her husband who'd been backed up against the window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to the land at the crime scene. You can seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and crossed the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? I mean, my mistress hasn't got a name like that. Yes, admit, there are many details we don't know yet. We don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. You must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Oh. Mrs. Gary Depp, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I have to agree. Not that I think of the granny did mine. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Nazu. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinions of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now the Lord 1-6, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Just gonna throw that shit again. Like a cork wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing and save the gather. If I may, Lord 1-6. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting. You must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. Places being discussed? What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gary Depp household runs a rather wide street via road. Which means that the distance from the Gary Depp's house to the scene is 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. It's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little far than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards. to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. In those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Something I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Susato serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick up our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has the duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garridev, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror! Damn. Oh no! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to a witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord 16? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Pete reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. Having slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my bed. See ya. Oh, they're so heroic, these London blobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh, in order the witnesses in the stand to testify again, state forthwith before the court any details pertaining to defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with the Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. Believe me, a London Bobby is a good for his word. You see, sir, the windows at the top floor of the Gary Depp's house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such a trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Ahura. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mr. Scary Depp's room. Alright, I'll try. The window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. As the top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you have rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature. It stays a metal part which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good, your education is in Windows is complete. Was there any possibility of either the book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road? That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we have discounted already. That can't be! See that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my dear, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could track yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord? Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Okay.
Hold it!
Let me see. This was just bothering me. Nothing to report. It's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. The burned copy of the Lion's Bride was originally in the Carrie Depp household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not seen right with me. Too mysterious of how that knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. Must be some common thread between them. Okay. Okay, yeah. The woman's hiding something? Okay.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been around Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box and on every beat. It's already took me that way. Only, I sort of got a little lost in the way. But you're my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Pat Rolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, so...
Hold it!
According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? Start of it guide us to the eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, we would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. If Rolly be an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least. Of course, but with the smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It really seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Oh, I bet you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime and on this other side of the rather wide road. It would have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement being thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Scary Depp house is furnished with? Oh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Speed? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. You really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Pete. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gary Depp household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir? That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gary Depp household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gary Depp's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. That's the life of Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies. They're tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information official on record. Give it to me, Mr. Naruto. Okay. Wherever the victim was found in lies just outside Constable Pete's Pete, the boy of the which runs down the middle of the Briar Road. East side. Oh. I wonder. Oh, fuck.
Hold it!
We set up for certain. A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has noble founding principles the force fitting on its as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Show us that before did he, I can't say I remember, to provide throughout the city streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. That's why I can stand here today besides my long-suffering wife and tell you Bob is good for his word. Okay, so this is not, you're so manly. Okay. I mean, how can you say that for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mrs. Gary? As he saw, you have said so earlier, sir. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprisingly reason why Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's domestic dispute can be related to the case. But before I get into that, such one thing. Yes, I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So hope you will take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here. To that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal, but I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Ah! Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the fur. Okay. Any crimes fall under the suggestion of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. I'm gonna ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Oh, yes, of course, what is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, that's she's doing. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. I'm pleading. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Speed. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud matter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my role won't. Duly noted. Duly noted, Mrs. Speed. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Speed, nobody's questioning what you have told us. I saw it, I did that evening, I saw it clearly. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I have made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me!
Constable Pete, is there a problem? No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Pete lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rory, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rory is so romantic. He set up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling. Oh. Oh, yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Pete looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Norhodo. I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Pete about the bouquet. Mrs. Pete, that is bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. You mean you dropped the pocket at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over, I saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. So shocked, I dropped the pocket Wally gave me. I was in the dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my pocket again, but the funny thing was when I went to pick it up, it's nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need to remind him, Speed, the victim is not deceased. Was all frustrated? Your husband presumably... That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the pocket this time, I can't think of how it got there, I really can't. So the pocket was somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Neat, but the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the pocket up again when we left the scene. The beautiful Rose really bought me with that change from the gather he spent so long collecting. By pocket, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. It's the pocket probably bought me for our anniversary with all bits of change he found in the gutter. We just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord 16, where did you come by the flower? According to a report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gary Depp's household. In front of the Gary Depp's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Alright. Let's check it out. Do I see anything? Honestly, it's very stylish paper. The flowers wrapped in it, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Oh, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some of the fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. And then the flower. An English rose, it's just such a beautiful flower. I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know the 3 types at least. Gosh, 3. Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. So nothing else? Okay. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat. Alright, I think the rose is important for sure. Alright. Oops. You have seen it?
Objection!
Okay, yeah, doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Things gotta do. Nothing?
Objection.
You claim, Constable Pete, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Pete, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the pocket you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of the Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager pocket, if a single sorry plume can be so described, no doubt it was blown into the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Mia Gray.
Objection.
But if that was the case, why did Constable Pete not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Pete was sworn that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the pocket belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your pocket we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Pete's pocket, there's a Mrs. Gary Depp's book. Mr. Gary Depp's book. Mr. Gary Depp's copy of The Lion's Bride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to a testimony we heard, Mrs. Pete's pocket should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my role has done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Beating around about books and pockets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Gary Depp's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Gary Depp, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Tampering? You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying that is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Well,
Take that.
obviously there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Pete, it was you! A policeman, a member of Scotland Yard? What now? So why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly than for the people of London. Mrs. Pete, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
If that was true, Constable Pete would have seen him do it. Oh! And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your boat, Mrs. Pete, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well? But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there's only one reason one could commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happen to be that, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You have offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Pete had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. It's the key to this entire affair. Starhorror, have you managed to solve this mystery? Cancel, and you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. You are mistaken. I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Pete's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Where the pocket fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why exactly? Oh well, of course the reason is there's something to hide, my learned friend. For it seems you are unwilling to share the reason with the court. Okay, what the? It's gotta be the book or the victim fell? No. Or it could be. It's what he had to cover up at all costs. Oh my god, so it was the body? Oh, because it's okay, because the body is the outer territory. Yeah. Where the victim fell to the ground, that is what this body had to cover up all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are we talking about? He told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of the Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, Manipunin's friend. Where are you prospering that the crime actually took place that evening?
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening question, Mr. Karidab's book fell directly down from the open window above. In your pocket, Mrs. Pitt, never moved at all. Where did it move? Was the scene of the crime itself? Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. And you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Pitt then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in the print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything in fact to a pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? Did he overlook? The pocket, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose pocket. Walt 16 said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously, which is why it was only the pocket that was found in its original position, or in the pavement on the west side of the Briar Road. And that is the defense lawyer theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Pete? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept probably in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. This isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream, all the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. It's a criminal offense. I can't say so. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this, for damaging the yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening, Constable Pete felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord 16, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from, humans' emotions are the same. And I think I have a very good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. It gives away the motive for Constable Pete's unthinkable action.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called Bobbies is completely new to me. I have learned that though honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bob is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Pete, the day in question was special. Special? How? An account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Pete had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Pete stumbled upon a crime along Prior Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? This is the warrant card that Constable Pete offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Pete. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. So that's it? It's all to do with the boundary of your beat? Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Pete's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminals could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over that scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized that where we were, that the victim was, lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? Why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she had to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. But it was then when I opened my mouth, so to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. Here's the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Mears Jump Street, and then... Hmm. I... I'm... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. Constable? I just wanted... Just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Oh, I see more meaning now. I'm so sorry, Rolly. Can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Hmm? Oh, 4 it was? Yes, sir, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the windows upstairs in the Karidep's household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered up haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book, so when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. We were sure it was this book, The Lion's Bride, that the victim was holding. Oh yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir. Interesting. Was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Pitt first ran over to see what had happened. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off, who done it. I thought... I couldn't sense the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I have had it. My lord. Yes, Lord 1-6. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Craft that lesson in your mind. Never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Oh, never again, sir. You mean to say... Leave now. This trial is not over yet. Sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here in principally. that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know that the true scene of this incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible with the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. 416, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
Take that!
Defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Carridet. Me? Oh dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Carridet, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Carridet. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Carridet. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or a current knife. It could have come from anywhere. If you have a cylinder like that at home, if one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Uh-oh. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if you had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord 16. I'm going to have to testify. That's right, you're gonna have to testify. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware. Oh dearie me. So today, man, you're full in an unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Carridet, and mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Did that state your name and occupation? Oh, yes, my name is John Carridepp, and I am I'm a juror and as such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Yo, hi Chronic! How's it going? Doing pretty good? Going pretty good? Going pretty good? What about you? What about you? The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Yoni. Nothing to worry about now. Ha! What the? Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. The husband is here? Wasn't only you in the room that day? Oh, thing was it? Well, I think I'll testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly noticed it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Carridepp. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. See my fair share of action and now living the quiet life as it were. You woke up at 4 a.m. so I'm pretty tired, but all is well. You woke up at 4 a.m.? God damn. Like for no reason? No school today or anything? Ugh, 4 a.m. I would be dead tired too. The quiet life where you're not engaged in an incidental battle with your spouse on the day in question. Oh, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is presented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Okay, let's see here this testimony. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you woke up to play video games when your friends were online? At 4 a.m.? Woo! I wish I could stay up, like, you know, play super late. But, not happening. Not happening. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set a fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the windows open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that body thing in the victim's back really was one of the ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Okay. Like, we know this knife is missing a tip. You can clearly see the tip is missing. But let's see. Maybe it will come into testimony when I... Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The recruits under Hopshire had no choice but to dig in and take the defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, must say I'm a dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such as that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. 1-6 may well be right. Well, what are the chances? We only have this last grass examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Okay. Oh, and I saw on Discord, will you be playing Soul Huggers 2 when it comes out? When it comes out, probably not. Probably not. I usually don't buy games on full price. So I always wait for a sale, then buy it, and then play it. That's the kind of guy I am. I never buy games for full price. Let's see.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Makes sense? Like, there will always be a sale. And, you know, not let people play it first. Yes, that's right, if I remember correctly. It all started because of a note I was stuck into the page of a book belonging to Mr. Garidep. Like, it's a $60 game. Usually sell it's about 40 to 45 sell, and you know. And I'm in no hurry. In no hurry. I have a lot of games to play already, so there's no need to hurry and, you know, buy a full price. And that's why my game luck just keeps increasing. But I need to get this backlog out of the way. There's so many games to play already. So it all started because of a note that was stuck into it. I read this already. A rather passionate note, in fact. Mrs. Garidep found the note discovering her husband's little secret. But you already pre-ordered it, huh, Chronic? Pre-order. Do you get anything like, you know, edition or something? Like, you know, a book or something? For pre-order? And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't record such things, it's common decent shit not to track it all up. Besides, half of it was a wide off the mark anyway. Unlikely story. These waters run very deep. What transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? I think they're mostly in-game bonuses and cosmetics. Oh. Like, I bet it is an Atlas game. So by the time I buy the game, there's gonna be some DLCs. For sure. For sure. You know? For sure there's gonna be some DLCs, so... the fire will also spread to some items of furniture in it. Or some kind of bonus stuff. For sure. The bookcase, my armchairs, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bad weather around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. But I'm pretty sure this Soul Hackers 2 game is gonna be a good one for sure. I have a feeling. Even though it is a Shin Megami Tensei spin-off, but I feel like the story is gonna be there. But I could be wrong. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to throw out water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The Latchers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night, although the little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Defended Miss Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he used all of his income to buy books. Very neat, the point is... By the way, I see a lot of good games come out the ones you're planning to play. Oh? Any games you already played? Chronic? Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. And very soon, October is coming, very soon. So we might play I don't know. I have a lot of horror games too to be played, to be honest. But I don't know if I'm gonna do a Spooktober this year. But we shall see. I really do want to play Silent Hill. Never played it. And The Evil Within. And so many stuff. Resident Evil 8. The Village. Which I was thinking that. So please cast your mind back to and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, a garlic. Hey.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Horror games, Park. You're a huge horror games, Chronic? Horror game fan? Don't shoot. Ah, sir, I beg your pardon. Did your wife remark just now bring something to mind? Not of any significance? No. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. The woman aims is uncanny. You haven't played with The Evil Within yet, but you watched it. You watched it? It's good. Oh? Oh dear me, even ever so sorry, dear. What just even doing with that teapot in here? And I still need to play. I mean, I'm still waiting for the Elder Ring sale though. And after that, we get to do our Souls-like series. Even though I already did play the Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne and Sekiro, but I haven't played Demon Souls yet. You like watching people play horror games? Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, I used to play a lot of horror games. Outlast, Resident Evil 7 back in the day. And I built up I built up what it's called, immune to scare. Yeah. Cap. But I wasn't afraid. After a while playing horror games, dude, those scare is nothing. Had this thing, horror is nothing. Horror is afraid of me. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge to do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. Never have been seen flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? But yeah, I have a lot of horror games to play for sure. It's important. Defense believes that Mr. Carrie Rep's remarks just now to be of a great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betrayal of fury, wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the former testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. White man. Scare-rated horror gold. In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Okay, very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Alright, time to explore it. Oh, there's the tip of knife. There we go. Saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Sure it couldn't be. There we go. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that report of Mr. Garidep. Now, if we could return to the roots of the matter. Can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Alright. Let's see if I can...
Objection!
Oh no! I didn't save the game! One chance left. Yikes. Save the game.
Objection!
There we go, that one. Mr. Caridep, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a badly bally thing. You can? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. You must be very DC. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost suddenly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at the first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Caridep's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to a matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? It is. I am. What? And put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record. I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. That's right. That's right. You appear very confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. It is the knife.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate now, languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of the metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Caridep's pipe. Good grief, Lord 16! I don't believe it! The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Oh no! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no match, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle! So 16 has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Caridep's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Caridep flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Caridep, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Caridep's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Oh. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Caridep's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No!
Objection!
Objection? What about this objection, huh? There's no objection for this. What is it? A full body theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The battle of fear is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable? What? Lord 16, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Oh! Ouch! That's right, you silly little man. Now you are an old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. The knife that struck her had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Oh shit. Oh no. Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on top of her head. Well, he's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. Uh-oh. It would appear that the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand, your theory, my learned friend, is history. Is it though? If we were so close, I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record. I'm sure all the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection? This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from the above could have pierced the victim's back. Wait, for real? Here you have the answer? Goodness. Utter madness. Sir, this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak of. You speak? I don't even know, to be honest. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... Ah. I am quite not sure. I wonder if Hmm. Clearly new. Got one chance? Oh!
Take that!
Will I hit it? Doesn't it? Oh god. An evidence that proves how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... I really don't update it.
Take that!
It's not that. Fuck! I am not sure. Alright, bathroom break.
Take that!
I got it right! This, the fourth book found at the scene, is this the final piece of evidence that the defense will present? The burned book? Is that not Mr. Carradep's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question. The victim holding in her hand. As we all now know, just the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Pete made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. So I found it. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. Clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? But Jingo, I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Carrie Depp's household under a pavement below, but precisely at the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog. When all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Carrie Depp, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book. RIP. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, we are walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never... It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. There never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Carrie Depp, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Carrie Depp. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear, it's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Did he just rip his pants? Oh my. Well, case closed. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Carrie Depp? She's been taken to infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in a especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shouldn't have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There's some good news, however, my lord. I've just had a word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Strange. We have been talking about the victim all this time, but we have never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Pete said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to the life here. I can relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirit. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, or for the police. Instead, I have managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were beholden by the spirit and led to false conclusion. But thanks to Lord 16 and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we have reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare that truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting for the old bean whilst she was out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Boom, 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 boom. Fireworks inside. What? And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, Kansas. Court is adjourned. (3:17 p.m.) Oh, Locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I'm pleased. My Mr. Natsume is delighted. Wouldn't it be so hard to just say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. Just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal Locum lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing, look at the little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you Locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. When I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I beloved. Behold the best barrister ever born! Well, thanks, that's very flattering, and we are very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. Ah, an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Apologies for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. It's you! Sherlock Sholmes! Oh, have you met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken my place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. Simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, aren't you not? Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are both human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very bad about how I behaved. Well, never mind now then. What was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Priceless? Oh, I'm sorry. Really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, and on the bright side, you have an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there's no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeek. I've forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're not found guilty, you're still doomed. It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. The Reaper appears trying to make trouble. I will protect you. Hiya! Why me? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Miss Natsume, what do you think to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experience to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh? It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or in perhaps less veiled terms. You wish to reach halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. It's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more of this strange feeling grows at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work on my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san could be an interesting read. I mean, the man is real in real life. Or was. What about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your ham-mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. Only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find a lodging before it bankrupts us. calculated that we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. But what it lacks is in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind this accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodging with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up to you in the attic, I might add. You sure this is just a storage loft? Spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Irish is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office. Attic. I'm super calm for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere in the eyes out then. Then it's settled. Irish will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shouldn't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. Shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I come to realize that I belong in Japan. Welcome, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Should we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have a little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Oh, it's not bad. The attic room is not bad at all. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. We love it. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and merit. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. It wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. The end of the chapter 4 or episode 4. Landed in London. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Episode 5.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistols I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared.
It appeared.
From the
Wolf?
shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience where we were first thrown into into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur and unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Knock knock. Oh. That morning, I was working by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court today already? Let me see, what case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Shom's suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? Once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. Well, morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. Morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Bruno? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, didn't you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello? Hello? Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and an inspired coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Kitty. Oh look, it's Waka High. Good morning, boy. Must be some sort of tiny door he forgets to use. But how do we get there? Well there, everyone. Time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Ugh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. Ah, I knew something would look different. Something's missing from Mr. Shom's desk. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Shoms. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hand, this violin sung like the clown dawn showers, its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. Good. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddess of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Shoms? For hours I have bowed. For days, even through the night, I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. A brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Oh dear. Ugh, what's happening to me? If they take out the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction perhaps? Isn't that what you are home for? Mr. Shomes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observant skills do you credit. How did the case 4 go? 4 go? Oh man, that was a misfortune case. Unfortunate case for Mrs. and Mrs. Like who again? The maid, the wife. I forgot already. But oh, I just woke up, so I forgot to do the thing.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, spirit. But yeah, I did not expect, the case to go like that. There was no actual killer. I didn't expect it to be like that. I thought for sure the guy, the clown, the greenish guy was the killer, but I guess I was wrong. He wasn't it. You struggled to not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytic? Of course there was no killer. The victim survived. Yeah. Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank. No Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. So far, the second case about, Kazuma, and the fourth case, unfortunate kills or deaths, I guess. Unlucky, very unlucky, at a wrong time, at a wrong place. You mean you have pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, see, quite undeservingly. But it isn't a very important machine for your work. I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. Should have gladly passed for the little income I have to you. But, oh yeah, and there's no death, I think. Mr. Natsume, I think, survived, maybe? At least there was no ending scene, where Mr. McGill did die. So, I guess that's a good thing. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making us use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is. It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokers are akin to banks. Akin? Banks. On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they have earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fun jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at the windy backs, you see. Bank and pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even our pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? It's his own fault then. What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Yo. Satch. Waka-hi! The cat! Miss Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh, it's his! Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Vaki. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their meows are as empty as the hearts of the muses. Oh, kawaii! If Miss Natsume had no intention of taking Vaki back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. Oh yeah, isn't there this new cat game? Did it just came out or what? Cat in the cyberpunk world? I expect he would have taken him in if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. Stray? Yeah, Stray. You gonna play that, Spirit? You gonna get that? Stray. For good reason, terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, your interest? Wait, how much does it cost though? How much does the game cost? 40 bucks, right? 40? There's no, it's 60 bucks. There's no way. Yes, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door? You don't know? Let's check it out. Stray. July 19th, yeah, it just came out today. Initial release date. Save 10% on Stray on Steam. 10%? Oh, it's 25 right now. 24 bucks, not bad, I guess. 24 on Steam. The game will unlock in approximately 5 hours. I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What the? What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? Damn! That's right, it can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Vaki in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's a very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make a cat flap anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Oh. Oh, what was that? Waka-hi? What the? What was that? Oh no! Waka-hi is tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Shum's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I know. Mr. Trump's releasing of poor spirits, isn't he? Anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible, maybe we should assess the damage. Wait, am I supposed to... This is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this branch existence? No! There is none. Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Miss Usato? Oh, Susie's right! The tone of the wood is completely different. That's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right. You're quite right. This is my faithful Stradivarius. So what? Pray, is the piece of this stringed flotsam and jetsam not your faithful performing partner then? Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Oops. Was at Windy Banks until last week? At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner? There's a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you send your beloved violin to a pawnbrokers in the hope they would experience personal growth? You idiot! What a wonderful idea! Last week I pawned my great analytic scope in order to release my precious instrument, but it would appear Mr. Windypack mistakenly furnished me with his half-dried fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Psst, fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruto, you're not just a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you couldn't think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruto, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry, crunching your toes with that vacant aspect, stressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering this urgency with which we are faced? You must visit Mr. Windypack Brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato. Without a moment's delay. But how? But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, sure you're not still intent. To crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your egg over there more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Runo. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers look like. Well, let's go! We can go to Baker Street. But let's go to the... So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I have never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? Get the impression you enjoy places like this? Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things, I don't understand. It's a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly, Mr. Sholmes means business, too, judging from the spark of fear in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that praise and welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windyback of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes? This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windyback. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. Inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Whoa! I should have taken my own life. Monkas! I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing. He's dead! Let me just say one thing before I pop off. Ah, yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry. As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did. And when I tried to controvert you, you had taken the violin and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I should not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fool is mine. Jeez. It will appear that the fight is over. I do have to apologize, Mr. Windyback. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition, would you? Haha, I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you have brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean? Ah, forgive me. Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. Metal chest? I should like to entrust this to you care for a while, Mr. Windyback. For just like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It has something of a very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You should deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Holmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Holmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? Continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir. Of course, they're safe and sound with me, I assure you on my life. Jesus, this is all very strange. Pawnbrokery. Wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. 6 pence? Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha, but for your splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, no less. The colors are quite exquisite. The design, exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Oh, my 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I have suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraised their items and offered them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. 2 months, not bad. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some of considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windyback, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. That's the man who was telling us it was a good day and to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure that such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? Engineered a simple device which Mr. Windyback has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. A video camera, maybe a security camera? Is that not so, Mr. Windyback? What's that deep sigh about? Where is that red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. Wait, that? I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is an elite camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. 30 minutes! Here, I have an example I can show you. 4 AM. I use a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. Develop a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, we can clearly see the counter and the door behind it, look. Okay. So you see, where someone entered the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. Could you pardon Mr. Windyback? Sure, they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for night and 100 early prints, useless prints every single day. 100! I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, you know? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. True! Heavens help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return to your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windyback. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you tried to pop, because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not, sorry. I have only loaded single bullets, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I mean. Or meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windyback. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Explore? What to explore? Notice what this rather enormous machine does. It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Let me to enlighten you, my dear fellows, what you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepiece and see for yourself. Oh, should be delighted to. Excuse me for a moment while I just have a look. What up, my dear fellows? In order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of a little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Oh! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see! At once! Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What? Hey! What the horse? The white horse! I don't believe it. What else is different? Nothing else, right? Oh, the hair! The hair! The hair, you know. The braid. Okay. Just a photographic print, but seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Queue? Why? Why are people meddling with such a black magic? It is no magic, my dear. My dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. It's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15 April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern style page a day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for tear-away fellows just yourself, Mr. Windyback. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Look at this. Whatever could be used for. I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here. Look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, seems to have a pair of little windows to take a look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What an assortment of things here are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches, almost anything you care to imagine. Those are the forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean though? When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for a agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you have explained it, I'm noticing a little price tags and everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black cup of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to a storage room where Mr. Windyback keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There's but one key and Mr. Windyback keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot which he slides under his pillow. How do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I'm frequently asked, sir, by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are wonder, and the prime suspect if this pawnbroker is ever purgled. Get that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windyback is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'll have to be, otherwise he'll get himself into all sorts of trouble, which might be explained the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windyback would not hesitate to throw that weapon with a speed belaying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he... blow his brains out? Indeed, he in recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Okay, let's check the Baker Street. Oh, nothing. What else? Okay, we'll read this. Oh, look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such a thing in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Oh, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. Never heard anything like it before in my life. Falling asleep This particular specimen is of the larger variety commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replaying the disc with another any music you care to imagine can be played. Catch up! My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though, their popularity has waned recently with the development of a gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelmingly pace. However, what? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Are you even a proper butcher at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Hey, Gina Lestrade, isn't it? Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from the Mr. McGill trial 2 months ago. Yep, Gina Lestrade. A pickpocketer. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Gordon Ramsay. Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Don't shoot that. What? You remember me then? Do ya? Yeah, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us, nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat. Avia. What is it about this black uniform that makes me everyone comment on it? Nice jacket. Is it nice? Good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something valuable to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windyback on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up thief. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for ya. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shouldn't be offended in the slightest. So Sun can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to it. Probably got it under the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your chewy chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that. I really am. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Mr. Lestrade. Not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me. Discuss this that Mr. Windyback is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windyback, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? Seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box. What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. Small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going and a beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is it? What tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. That's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. It's a pocket of lies, Ed told me he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That is worth good money, I know it is. Well then, you have to try your luck at nerve pawnbrokers, won't you? She's been in here before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see, and brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What was she trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. A storage ticket, so... Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybag. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. Oh, the jacket. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh? What's wrong with that? It fits, doesn't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about this then? How does that come into all this? This is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Mr. Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care, as I understood it. That's right, yes, and rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little rag muffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's true to stare at a lady? I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me? It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me, old man. It's me, old man, ain't it? Is it Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Oh. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. Ooh, what's your problem, eh? Oh boy, this guy? This guy? Okay. Oh boy, there is no problem. As long as you remove yourself, I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, with the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think yes, Jen, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How did you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned to at once. Oh my! Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Needless to say. And any music box discs too. Jojo post this guy too? Wow. Bathroom break. Yes. Jojo. Oh, there's no song? No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me, old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruto. Goodness indeed. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. Mr. Straight is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I never laid eyes on that dandy before. Cap? Let's see it now, you little ragamuffin. Ragamuffin? You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now? No, I swear it, I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business. And this little gathering ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again. I thought to myself, those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these backslam scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Ugh. Come along now, Mr. Straight. Give that good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cup, and you think I'm the Odachi one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's the evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Uh-oh, Gina. Evidence that the article Mr. Straight redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman? Of course, we need to only consult Mr. Windyback's ledger to know the truth. Will you be able to look up the name of the person who deposits the article in the first place? Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh. I've never asked customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to a person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? The watchword. Of course, it's Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article without a doubt. A watchword interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windyback. And as I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep the activity secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle kill hands at the Miss Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. Anyways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword. Uniquely to identify each item. Of course, then I give the storage ticket to a customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. If that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on the 15th February. With the watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But, ow! Really, this is beyond joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Hey, quit back! Just quit back, girl! Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though it's clear you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we are from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What the? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. What was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps anyway. If you're a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of other. Of course, yes, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer, but a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. No fucking name. Yes, Eckert Benedict. Are you? Oh god. Oh god. Oh, Enchante. He's so refined how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now to the matter at hand. Mower could return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. And he removes and makes every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him. Damn. So let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eckert Benedict, sir. With just a reasonable rate of interest, I may even decide to come back. See, this is why I hate grown-ups. Cry about it? That fucking movement. Jesus Christ. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what deposited with me was merely the overcoat. This happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. Uh-oh. So, Gathering, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell, say goodbye. To style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What the? Ugh. What did you do, you little tramp? Oh shit! You have drawn blood, you filthy animal! Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. Because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright. I mean, it belonged to me, old man. You found it first. So you're not having it. Oh, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep all of it. Miss this straight? Why is this so important to her? I caught it? Meredith used to play music in a mechanical music box. The piece of music which remains unidentified is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. Okay, so we know it's... Oh! Mac Guild? Oi! Oi! Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc. Look, and a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For Mac Guild. Mac Guild it couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruto. Name I should never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Mac Guild, huh? Mac Guild, huh? Mac Guild? Hand that this to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Sherlock? Herlock and Mr. Sholmes? Are you examining with such a keen interest there? Are you as you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see? So, you have found me at last, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the hideous trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst as usually observed groaning on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruto? But how could you? I was so lonely. So desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. Would seem my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us. You have solved this entire case once again. My dear madame, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deductions to become monetized? How much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has another one of his flashes of inspiration. Who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Mr. Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. It's the right thing to do here. Let's listen to it. Well, Mr. Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes are you been, eh? Pardon? Well, as lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbroker today is something you have not yet revealed. Oh. The second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you do my deductions? Benedict Cumberbatch? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. No way. It seems that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I am. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for you for yet another Sherlock Sholmes logic and reasoning spectacular. Mystery Man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbroker today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand, yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer, and probably not. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance have no need of such employee. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwillingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What other rot? I had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak of is of course the missing ferrula. That of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. Yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recall, sir, is something wrong? When you're recalling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this what you have? You bear? Yes, your reactions betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. No way, it's the broken handle of a shovel? What? Are you insane? And now having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Oh. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath the pawnbroker with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Say for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason would I have to do as you say? Oh, but there's a ample reason. As you are only too well aware of, Mr. Benedict. Oh, your glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop as such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed, but the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were in. This letter gives a notice public works to be carried out in the local area. According to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewage that joins another one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This badness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the Great Vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan! What is this? Money heist? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you have quite lost me. Currently in the final stage of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. The government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sits in the vault of the banks on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Secret information? You just revealed that you... Okay. Let's fix it. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though if you know its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because that man is a criminal. The man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he's a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you have revealed the secret. Oh? Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windyback will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. Oh my life, I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous. Very well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone private secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Shape. Bring it on. Let's see. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into a series to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with that broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lies elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Ah, wait a sec. Oh, I can check the behind his hand. Cane. That's a proper English gentleman's cane, isn't it? Look at the beautifully polished brass on the handle. Yes, but Mr. Shom is right. It's not the sort of handle you usually see on a cane. Perhaps the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. Perhaps you could opt up a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. I might rather shoot you. I feel you might argue with the sword around my waist. What the? Oh, look at that. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. Don't believe it? What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, crappy white shirt, blue satchel, red. Detailed screen description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her hat and all, although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher into his face for sure. Look, the details of this shop have been written down here too. Winnipeg's Pawn, Broadway, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th April, which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Info about Miss Lestrade. There we go. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windyback's pawnbroker here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is thinly veiled lie. It is the information at the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windyback's pawnbroker, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you wait outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. You have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there's some older motives for your actions. Alright. What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. The bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly, and Mr. Shom is right. It appears to be missing on this cane, but it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Oh, the gentleman certainly did recall when Mr. Shom identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. My guess, it is... Look here, Mr. Sato. There are some letters on the handle. Yes, those must be initials. I think in the West, it's customary for people to engrave the belongings with the first letter of their names. So Sherlock Holmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. The initials on this cane, obviously, O-A-G. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, this initialing. Yes, yet in the most possessive manner you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initial A-G. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane is in... You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Okay. Got the handle. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. Now a mysterious man has appeared introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him, but we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Haha.
Take that!
The split scene which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Oh. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your both shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Oddly, this catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl had redeemed from Mr. Windyback. That's the first one. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime on. Okay, now to topic 2. Now, Mr. Penny, let's continue. Oh, this is new? No, this is all right. There. Not the cancel notice. But the directs of the induction must change rather dramatically now. I think there's no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is pity because it all sounds rather exciting. Anyway, it can deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. You didn't know the word Mr. Windyback would never allow you to redeem the article. Or looking at another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windyback would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? No roulette? Look at this, Mr. Sato. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windyback has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, a professor. Mr. Windyback must make a note of all the watchwords his customer gave him right before their eyes, and alarmingly clear scripts as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? My guess?
Take that!
The letter is revealed by the note they let on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for a watchword and notes down the response uttered on the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matched that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusations against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windyback. Then the diligent broker made a note of the watchword as his common practice. You observed him writing the word professor on the note left beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawn article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such a lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? Naturally, you have a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Bennett? I have no idea what you're talking about. The evidence, alright, not that one. The articles were talking about the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windyback isn't even worth a penny, and yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence. Yeah.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? Reads from McGill. Mofo. Ah. Prominent man in London, though his lawn mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, aren't you? Perhaps a subordinate. Mr. McGill was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you have squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eckert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbroker today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGill. McGill! I remember the case did tell us, the story of McGill wasn't over. And it is true! The McGill! Well, Mr. Magnus McGill. Not a name I expect to hear in these circumstances. Hydrate? I just hydrate though. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mr. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Windyback told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not? Was it not? Yes, Matney, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today's 15th April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right, it's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposit at 10:30 p.m. I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February. It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. Oh, and 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however. What the? Haha! He took the gun? I must insist that you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return. Bruh! To return your native Latin box. Oh, what do I do? Absolutely not! There are some things my man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, may not. Hold it! Mr. Windyback, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers if that were to happen. What the fuck? What are you doing, you stupid ass man? Mr. Windyback, no? Alright, that's enough. Oh, Gregson, thank you. Inspector Gregson. Inspector. Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. Dude! Clearly! It would seem you have the upper hand. Take this guy to prison right now. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty, Mr. Winnieback, very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is this case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. What the? Are you for real? He's getting awakened after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer too. Sir. Bruh. He got away. Bruh. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilt's down to a yard, and thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? Evidence? The policeman demanding something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. Oh, it's all yours, Inspector. Grr. Well, case? What kind of case I do wonder? So we had Mr. McGill this over to Inspector Gregson, and we were summarily turned out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued. Oh. Part 2. Investigation part 2, huh? So no trial yet. It's still an investigation. Part 2. April. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from ya. Of course there's no trial. That's even funny. Well, soon there will be one day. Oh really, Mr. Straight? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were giving that. Yeah, they did let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through their pockets and then said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scarper. You sure this case is the one that takes the longest to get to the actual murder? For real? Oh my. Always pays off giving people a look you aid them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. For real. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc of mine. The music box disc? But Mr. Winnieback said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bass giving me a long and hard stare. I think not, Mr. Straight. We shan't enter Winniebacks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking statements from Mr. Winnieback. But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten calf said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Mr. Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You had to use Hall for today. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Irish would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with modest violence recital. No ta. Oh? How would I come around your place, eh? Are you lost here, eh? Or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having revealed on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering. Perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner at table this evening. And one more thing. Should be glad of your company later too. Sorry. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mrs. Sato. Until later, then. "3:46 p.m. Ah, Susie and Bruno, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of her shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like a fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Irish, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I bet that you won't speak to me. Sorry, I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. You apologize when he gets like this. He's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does. Sure, Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Bruno? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You are wondering, am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. Ugh, this girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything, I won't mind. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McKill case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. Now we are the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I pump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh, and I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea, friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I have developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you have let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. Just hope she does actually come. I'm sure you have been wondering why is it that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind with that, and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born, and at around the same time my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he had and Hurley were working on. Oh yeah, the Wilson. Satch. Our very first case. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Dad and Hurley were always following mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really, he recorded them all? So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes? He did have a partner without whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean it's always nice to have one, isn't it? Watson! So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father. Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. That only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. Found your father's memories. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote this? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Irish's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I have practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, he must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Maybe it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. Forgets everything, and as soon as he solves the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. That's quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. That is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicines, you see. That's what prompted me to study so that I could learn a doctorate as well. Iris' father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting a professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. The man who in the most bizarre circumstances lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Usato? Yes, perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes? Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter what, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for the most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin, whatever you're talking about here. Bruh. Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. The disc? Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGill's disc. Oh my! Then, what's it doing here? You know at times, Mr. Naruhodo. I think that, though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Bruno could be your go-to lawyer if he ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such a beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Literally the Phantom Thief. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Correction took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. You were one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. You will humor me, my dear fellows. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated disc. I'll be taking whatever they did. Yeah. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars. Wow! An image into the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I dealt it myself, you know. Simply soft for making impressions, but resistance to melting, the result of precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these on one person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example, a simple press and its unique form is duplicated. Can't anyone's property at will and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yeesh, it sounds illegal. For the image, I was able to create this. Confessed, I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from this when played. Well? You tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever? Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberance block the different speed of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented use a rotating cylinder without a protuberance on it. Over time, a new type of player was produced which uses discs such as this. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Why exactly? Because of the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It's wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it's the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm music box does not match that of another. And we have another way of knowing. We have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem. I'm afraid it's quite intractable. Oh, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested this disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, they're no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? Damn. Sorry for you, I was taking things too far. But my dear girl, unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true in the worst case. I should just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGill, not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly gaze. Mr. McGill perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows till now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. With the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGill's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGill was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. Yep. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Mason killed himself for the lols. Killed himself for the lols. Well, it's time I start getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Irish. Oh well, you must let me help you then. Just to go to the afterlife and see who gets blamed for it? Imagine. Holy Mason's the killer! He killed himself. I think I should investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Mushrooms. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Pawnbroker? Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me. Said before, he said that he had a manuscript of Irish's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Shum's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, where his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? Expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in the Mr. Windyback storeroom, gathering dust? My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius? Hurley, was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mixed-up. Baskerville? What? What's going on here? Do you see? What did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles? Hey, the title of the game. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Shums, of course. Manga him. But Bruno, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. To Sato, more like Sas. Sauce Otto? What? When I showed her it in manuscript, he told me that I was not allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Vin D. Banks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has our... No! At a bad timing! What the fuck? Susie! Susato? What the fuck? Susato! Sasato! She ran away! We have all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, straight here there, Genie. We'll have everything ready in your jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't be standing in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Mendelssohn it is then. Hey, meow. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than unusual. Mr. Shum's violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Except 9:34 p.m. Susato. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris' cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Shum's violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhiro-san, could I consult with you about something I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Oh, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I have been summoned. What summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Why? The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. Sauce? What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh no, that won't be necessary, Naruhiro-san. I've been summoned alone? Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I should find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Man, I'm telling you, my Strongheart is sus. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris, hello again. And Gina too. Yes, Ginny is going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us, wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I have like a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, how did you... I told you, didn't I? I have natural talent for it. Oh yes, I've forgotten. Actually, there is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? think I would fancy me chances if a lawyer would live in a place like this. Yes, me too. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you were hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. Have I haven't made you feel awkward? Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about really, but it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This man tells script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something that I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I'm not supposed to have mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. They solve all sorts of strange, mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Teddy wrote all the details of every single case down you see in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on an urgent business to a faraway land. And he'll be gone a very long time. So I never really met him. Oh, right. Can't think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I think that it's just another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way, because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Pains me to have to say this after you've told over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. That's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windyback, isn't it? Yes. Harry said they had to be somewhere very safe. It really gets my goat, that does. Yes, treating you like a child. It means that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Shom isn't trying to be mean. Yeah, if he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. See, you lot are too trusting for your own good. But it can't pull the wool over my eyes. Solms is lying to Irish, I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? I realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East ain't full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we were born, not even our moms. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones to make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, Divine's my life, I love it. Diving's my life? I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. That's how we all afford to eat. I'm like a Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. Everything. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. You want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Gina, what did you mean by when you said that you know Mr. Shom is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons a pup that managed the script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a lot of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? Simple, if that story was really in old Windybag's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Oh. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Harry would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Huh. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, there are a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windybag's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Shom is a liar, like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he stole it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning, I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turn in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. Something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Irish room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to fasting with Susato. With Miss Susato? No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Huh? Oh. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybag's pawnbrokery? Gino? No! Mr. Windybag's. Oh no. Mangas. Could Gina have gone? Seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no. No, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Susato! 1 a.m., huh? 1:14 a.m. The door to Windybag's, it's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, wasn't it? But there's a surveillance camera. I bet it's gonna be in the case or something. Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, it's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Somebody's dead? There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. There are two shadows, wasn't there? There are two shadows, and we heard a bang now. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Right. I couldn't make out, but there was two shadows. Blast! I lost them. Blasting up again. Hello, hello, what have we here? Not like this. The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? Shot, you say? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Winnie Banks. What the? No. Anime scene? Mr. Sholmes? No! Herlock?
Sholmes!
Mr. Narado.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
Where's the blood? I see no blood though. Where's the blood?
In the storeroom.
He's acting! There's no blood!
Hurry!
There's no blood, motherfucker! Oh, Windy Pack! Master Windy Pack! Of course! And the gun is right in her hand! The hand is right in their hand. Of course, of course, of course! Oh. Here we go, here we go. My guess she's not the killer, like all of it. I'm pretty sure she's not the killer. But she's a suspect. The real killer is the freaking Edgar Benedict. It's my guess, since there's nobody else. Behind that door in the storeroom. Hurry. Surprise, motherfucker! Boom! Look through that, you know, hole, and you're dead. It's Gina. It's about to get good now. From that moment, Windy Bank's pawnbroker became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn, before I was allowed back to my lodging at 221B. Alright, 6 a.m. 6:21. Iris. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Bathroom break. Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. Oh yeah, give me a sec. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Jeannie were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Irish, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you all this, Iris, but Mr. Winniebags is dead. Oh, he was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we were entering Winniebags in the small house, we disturbed a gang of 2 dogs. They ran out onto the streets, and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Winnibag, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Jeannie? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Jeannie wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. Understand why they arrested Jeannie? It's not fair. What about the 2 dogs that were at the scene? Weren't they the prime suspect after all? They shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean Mr. Shom isn't dead, Iris. Oh, this is also horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windyback was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. And according to the detectives who investigated there afterwards... Don't tell me, there was no one else in the room. Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation? Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damn if I don't. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windybags, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. It's alright. His life is in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at the St. Steeners. They're tending to him there. I must see him. At once! I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the 2 dogs who were in Mr. Windyback's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After that, I ran out into the street, but well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry, but if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? Expect she's still been questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Mr. Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Oh, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Oh, and see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Hospital, then it is. Hurley! Oh. He's not here? No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not too sure about that, baby, or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, who have we here? What we have here? This one is off limits, no visiting, so what are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we are Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, we are begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman, the great mystery solver as a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us? Sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in the operation theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear, is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh, I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Gina. Hello, Gina. Dude, why does she have a gun in a prison? Oh, you can still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish she wouldn't point it at me all the time though. What are you here for, Jeannie? I have a feeling it's because of us that you have ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can. Sorry. You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Jeannie. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot anyone. I just know you wouldn't. Think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh, you ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw midgets, I sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay me hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But what, Ginny? I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cop came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me. Cop? Or the like, said it was my right or something. But I told him I had to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she's tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers with representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it always been for me, growing up in the back slums, me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all, being sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night, at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. If you could pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Shilling? The divings ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is it really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. Would be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny, but we'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. You know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest lie of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you have told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. You're out of time. They're gonna wanna question me now. Genie, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Cat. Photographic print of a really adorable cat. Found it one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. Wonder what the little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Genie. Okay. Ah! Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13 February, 9 p.m. Article deposit, 1 small box. Loan small paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13 April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. 13 February. That could be significant. It's just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, if Mr. McGill still had the ticket, then presumably he'd never redeemed the article. So you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. If it's something McGill deposit, we need to investigate. This is where it happened then, last night. That's right. The two dogs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But, apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything bad. Anything had happened, there's no sign of disturbance. No, you're right about that actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that. Oh, Inspector, good morning. I suppose I'd ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed at least. Shouldn't you let the two rogues get away, mine? Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you had some extra men to do the beat around here, Crexy. Now look what happened. Hurley's been injured because there were enough police on duty. Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming! Expect you to take full responsibility for what happened. Hurry and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are attending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. A total shrimp! The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in our agreement about that. Would you believe it? It's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about personality change. Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Rexy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some. Chuck chuck. Ah, lovely. That very much. That really hit the spot, relationship. I don't even recognize him like this. So how is the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. We're very simple case this. There's some very different evidence. Just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the bailey tomorrow. Definite evidence, you say. What is it? Come on, show me. Relationship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You have already captured the pair of dogs who broke in here last night, haven't you? What the? And you are going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Reminding me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you have arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, or of course... Oh no. You didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. But anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, wouldn't he? They will be able to make him better. Oh, of course, relationship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because of course, yes, because of Mr. Sholmes. He's such a great detective, that's why. You better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector, what? Outrage, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. It's because of those Adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. Oh, I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, yeah, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? You know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled? Double, I'll tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. You blame me? All it is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson, no. The great detective will say, it's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I lost worrying about it. But that would never happen, Grexy. Every month, when the new Rand's magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Ah, lovely. Not very much. That never hit the spot, ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. You're going to tell me what this important message is, then, Inspector. It's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Oh, yes, of course. I forgot about that. One of the VIP stocks took her there in the yacht carriage, and after we finished questioning her, she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to see Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice office to fetch her straight away. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with the regard to tomorrow's arguments, I trust. Whoa, hey, that's yes, thank you very much. It's gonna be rigged. There they are, Susato's son and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparations for your return to your homeland. Oh, she's going back! Oh no. Wait, what did he just say? You return to your homeland? Susato-san! I will not let her. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was that all about? Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotoba? Oh. Again. Everybody's going down. Pepe hands. Why? Padre. Alright, so you don't get sick too? We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, my father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. COVID? And it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later. Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all-too transpecies case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbing meat robbery and shot the man in panic. Not the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time, Jeannie would never do something like that. Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In deference of your fine service to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence, but I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. Male Strongheart. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is, it's Miss Lestrade's trial. One of you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry. The girl currently has no representation. But, it's not fair. She may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork and their defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Because she trusts no grown-up. No grown-ups at all. What a day. Gina charged with murder. Susano's son about to leave. Rotten adults! It's always the adults. They're fucked up. Ryuichi would approve. Come, Mr. Naruto. Irish, we must make haste. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruto, judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit to Siki Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. She can't leave yet. I want to know how did she know about the manuscript. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I just have to do what I can as a lawyer. As a lawyer. Lawyer. Ah, hello again, Gina. Pew, pew, pew! What are you there for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our face yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back to home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum party indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They have put their faith in you. Somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they have invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You have told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McKill was acquitted? I trade again! I trade, Tony! The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is all about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, you lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Obviously! Like, we knew though. Will you tell us about it now? We knew she was lying with McGill. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got all of me and shoved me in the witness stand. Based on your testimony, Mr. McGill was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Wait, you were? It was a pitch black in that little copy hall. I couldn't see a thing, and then I heard that loud thud like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGill discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. They very much like to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cove's blood all over him. That's the part I don't get. If she really was there, why was the storage compartment full at the start of the trial? Yeah. It was. Then it doesn't make sense. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. So far, there's no knife in the stomach though, so there's no knife. You had his blood on your hands. How? In other words, it was Gina that the witness on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGill starts asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did only. That's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threaten you how? He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. And about what he was gonna do after the cop was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said I'd let me escape before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Okay. You said Miss McKill made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McKill sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cup hitting the floor, I let out a little scream. See, couldn't help it. McKill heard that and dragged me out by me arm. And that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc. All bright and shiny. Okay. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one who what the D took off me at Windy Banks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long. McGill spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. His inside. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of the Mr. Mason's murder. And the back drawer told me. I weren't to mother a word of it to no one. Yeah, that is an inconsistency. If if the storage compartment was full at the start, then why? Why? There, And when the smoke happened, the compartment stuff was empty. Then what is the reason why? Is she lying? I don't know if she's... Clearly she's not lying right now. Or is she? Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab. It was draining me ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGill getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh, because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. Oh. In that case, it would seem likely that it was McGill and the victim, Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. His testimony during the trial, Mr. McGill claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But it was a lie. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. Could hear him talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other. So McGill was lying as I suspected. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passenger on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to stop, McGill told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. 2 ghosts from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they're gone, Mr. McGill asked the driver to do him a favor. The driver? A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. Hey, I'll give you 10 guineas. Nearby pawnbroker, you mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windy Banks. The coach snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGill opened the box under the seat and let me get out of here. And let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see. What were McGill's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything about what I saw and what I heard. And there's something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Hey, the fiend's taking me over code to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you last to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You have to hang on to it until then, is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you have to go to a pawn shop, Windy Bank, so it is. And yeah, to extend the loan for the 2 month is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old thing could come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5, that should be enough. Do we understand each other last? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I have no doubt. The coppers? Hey, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you may say? What it is that you won't? Wow! Wow, wow, wow! After getting over it all, I piked it, got as far away from there as I could. Wait, I thought the pawnbroker's ticket is some bush near the... Oh, he hid there. The pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark, so McGill planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Well, shit. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything. Everything would went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other or getting back together. So you mean Mr. McGill would have, in a heartbeat, he could have had the lots of us chased out there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must believe it. Well, you can make some amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. It's bad. Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. Come on, girl. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Poor Jeannie, she seems so lonely. Alright, we got it, right? Yeah. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate this scene at the Windy Bags now. Yes. I understand agreed to legal representation by the lawyer named Herunder in regard to the following incident. Defendant Gina Restreet, alleged offense murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, date of trial 17 April 10 a.m. Attorney law Rinosuke Naruhodo. I feel like we have finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have her representation of papers. No one else knows just what our responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windy Banks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. To be continued! Holy crap! Part 4 investigation? Oh my god. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Grexy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you have been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Ah, lovely. So let's see now. Yes. I hardly felt tired at all. I feel tired at all. I'm as fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened, though, through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windyback and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to the business then. We'll be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector. If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strong had meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine. Come then. Let us not waste any time. Something bothered me. Oh, that glass now? Can I go there? Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windyback face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are any clues in there, I'll find them. Well, let's go. Oh. Okay, let's see. Poor Irish, she's clammed up completely. Irish is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windyback's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some chumped up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well, I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before. Is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you were running away from me. You were running away from her. 10-year-old. 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young girls. Some general reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? Ahem. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? Bruh! Oh shit! There's a fucking big ass! Oh my god. Be right back. Holy shit! There was a big ass motherfucking bee or a wasp. Holy shit! I remember very. Why? Jesus Christ! Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. That shit scared me, man. Are we having investigating to do ourselves? Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Shom's operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? So, you got eyes, haven't you? Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Crexy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do you allow me to humbly explain? Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it's locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh, as you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor dust-wise. Next to a mentioned body, we discovered the vulgar child. We're talking about Jeannie. She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious, and I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No! Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to this storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector. Correct, all of which he leaves her ladyship friend. In some of sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Grexy, do you know anything about thoroughly? Is the operation finished? Sorry, alright. You see? Thing is, I don't mean your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Shum is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, ma'am? They use something called a general anesthetic. Its the latest thing renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. Now that all the ops finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my! No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. No surprise, even in the matters of life and death, Mr. Shums has to do things his way. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windy Bank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. But it's just that I've rarely seen a gun like in the flesh, and I have had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windy Back with this yesterday, didn't we? We sure did. It's his own gun. Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Winnieback told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired, so we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Winnieback, he was a nice old man. But it was shot just once through the heart. Most likely if the fellow died instantly, he wouldn't have felt a thing. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's something like the sight of a blood to get the blood pumping, is there wrong? No? I have a feeling that I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this? Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with the name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Luminous, right? Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works under the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding grave. So whose blood are we looking at then? This must be Mr. Windyback's blood. Yes, this is where he was shot, so there can be any question about that. This could turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we simply must make a note of it. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have a region left, sure. Iris. Don't worry, I'm alright. We must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. Can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look, piece of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Out of all the other articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any signs of being ransacked. Oh! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris' unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not all this. You must check inside the box at once. Yes. Empty. Oh! It was there. Iris' story was there? Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden ground. Iris' manuscript has been... interesting. Nothing I can see though. Yeah. Nothing out of ordinary. The Head of the Baskervilles. How did she not know the exact title of this unpublished story? Suppose I just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. It shows like this. Nice. And my guess is to go back. And now go to the main shop. Or not. Okay. Watch this. It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. The same cat. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is it there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. Ah, blood. 15 February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposit. One gentleman overcoat. Loan amount paid £1. Redemption deadline 15 April 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. It was a very fine coat. In fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket for the cowl overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And it's still wearing, which belonged to McGill. Would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph though. It's the same thing. But this photograph of Cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! Alright, let the cogs turn. Yes, they're exactly the same. Heh, I've got it. These two photographs had an amazing secret. Secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Before that, though. Can I have it? Oh, I don't have it. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on the Mr. Windy Bag's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What's this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Not the same. Have another look at them now. The position of the cat and the snowman. You see that they are just slightly different from each other, yeah. I think so. It's very subtle though. What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Well, it's because they are a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I heard that word before recently? Oh yes, it's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Yes, of course, that magical machine that makes picture look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over at the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. For one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depths in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes, shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see it straight away. Well, yeah, but you see it with your left eye. And what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. True? Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate the depths as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. And I think I see, so the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You are so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in these prints. Oh boy, stereoscopes? Yes, Runa, you're beginning to understand. The stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually just do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm trying to have a go. I was only able to get it to work in Switch handheld mode when I held it just right. On the big screen, the images are just too far apart. Oh, at handheld? Oh, you need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. What the? Make you guys do this. Alright, let me try. You ready, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't do that. There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Bruno. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task. That fucking cat. Good one, Spirit, good one. Bruh. It goes up and... Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prince. Okay. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eye. Whoa, you see two overlapping images like this. I cannot. You try it now, Runo. Just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. What? Did the prince print the two image for you? Now the next step? No. Is to pull the pair of prints side by side like this and then to try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until... to form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Hold, it works! I can see it in the middle now. Looks so real! Oh, I could look at it all day. Her eye. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes would start to hurt. You turn, Runo. I actually cannot do a crossed eye at all. In real life, pretend you're looking through the two pictures and, you know, slowly cross your eyes. I cannot make them, you know, go crush at all. There you managed it, so now you know how stereoscopic image works. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. You know, I have the picture, so what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people will find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back end. Still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Delano seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, sure, there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. It's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures, I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We have certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's a knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Alright, we got it. That one. Mr. Hurdle, I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? Yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a glove finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. But don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. Blue? Oh, it's a purple! Purple? Look at that! Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. Yeah, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. You first, Runo. What do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... Max McGilt. Mr. McGilt? Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. Oh, you don't think... You mean that during these incidents on the omnibus? Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the omnibus. Wait, but if I remember rightly... But what? Oh yeah, the glove though. What about the glove? Oh, it wasn't his? Oh, fuck me. The glove! My fault then. Well, that's not. Gina didn't have one. Thrice fired mace. I don't remember. Did he even Gina didn't have. Did Gina had a? No, I don't think Gina had a injured herself though. Did she? I don't think she injured his. I don't remember. But oh my, you think this is Gina's blood? Yes, it was Gina who brought the ticket here to Winnipeg after all. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. But not yet. She didn't have any gloves. Who else had a glove? I remember if my Mason had one. I don't think Pop Winnipeg had one though, right? Oops. Oops, not that one. The picture. Oh. Okay, no, not that one. Oh well. Thrice fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case, and of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired though. The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed the Mr. Thrice fired Mason. But that would mean that this blood stain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Alright, bathroom break. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGill was also wearing leather gloves that night. Yeah! He was! It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint is marked. But we know that Mr. McGill had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Very well. Let's make a note of this. Updating the court record. What else? There's more here? That lecture that's open on the calendar there really is enormous, isn't it? It's been an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about, better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windyback was very careful when it came to articles in his care. Okay. Article. Okay, this is not... These cells are where the pawnbroker puts articles that happen. Yeah. That I know. Yay! It's not it. I wonder if I... Oh. Okay. She doesn't appear to be here. She must be in questioning at the moment. Okay. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jello when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my, why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. Ugh, you had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. In the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would just have thrown his head back and golf. Well, I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. You sure? No. Okay. What if I... Okay. Manuscript, which shows that he's deposited the thing back in his hat. I can't publish it? Yeah. Maybe. Right. Something. This officer has been staring intently at the walls before we came in here. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Grexy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here for even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to leave me and take over my shift. Oh, they really have been a tough time at the British brawlies. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar that he was peering at. Oh shit, there's blood there. Oh, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still blotching the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windyback wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Oh, well. Mr. Holmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry. Pop, 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 pop. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha, this is where I come in. All right. If the blood changed to be the same color as the sample from the storeroom, you'll know that it's Mr. Windyback's blood. Exactly, here we go then. Green. It's completely different to the color that Mr. Windyback's blood turned into analysis. It just goes to show things don't always go according to plan, do they? Nevertheless, we must add this sample to a result of the other blood analysis. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I want to know what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't even want to know. Still no. No, okay. Wonder if I go to prison now. No. Probably nothing to do. Yeah. Okay. That's a music box. Do you have a theme where you come from, Bruno? Okay. Should we have a listen? What do you think? It's pretty sound. It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Grexit to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. I don't think I see anything else. Right? What is there to investigate more? I really don't see anything. Checked already. I have no clue now. What do I... Okay. Alright, now what? Nothing. Looks like I have to do something here for sure, but I don't... I don't know. Do we have that? Are we conversed everything? Alright, I need help. Where do I go? What the? What the fuck? Do I need to present this guy something? I don't have anything to present to him though. I'm pretty sure I examined everything. You know what? Okay, not this one. Wait, I'm here then. I'm redemption article for an article deposit here, is it? Someone ran out of our stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper we has to find. Yes, this ticket from Mr. McGill, our coat, the one that little diver turned up with this day. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Did you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to, Maruna's right, Crexy, it isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't, of course it isn't. I never doubted your ladyship. So what's all this then? If I might be so bold to ask. This is a second-hand ticket. Second-hand? Seems that Mr. McGill in fact had another article in storage here at Windy Banks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGill's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box, the box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examine it, probably. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGill deposited another article here with Mr. Windy Bank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box was it. You have any idea where it is, Crexy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGill. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles. I will. I'll go barking. There's no time for dark impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline is already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for the sale. Yes, the shelves in front. You must search them at once. You're wasting your time? Out? There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been Mr. McGill's. That information's not written in the ledger. Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. It's getting old. Uh-oh. Down, down. Down, down. Oh! I need to jump out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windybank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Here, try it tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Rono? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to her prison and not talk to Gina again. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at The Windy Banks? Alright. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? One change put everyone's weighing. That I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you like, Mr. Naruto, to represent you. Right, I see. She really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. The worry is just too all hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give me the rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruto and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windy Banks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and trust in it in Gina's face, or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windyback's storeroom. The manuscript of Irish latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windyback's shop no sort of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception, the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the town of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story is the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't printed yet. So I figured it's gonna be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris manuscripts, did you? No. Genie, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript or whoever, whatever you call it, it really was there or not. It's the reason I was in the phrase. For Iris' sake. Is that right? We knew why you'd be done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything like me like that, Genie. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Oh, Gene, that was so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you what I did it. Why I did it? Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. Just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he really deposited the manuscript at Windy Banks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris' lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gonna be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Hi, Trade! Stories about daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Genie. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, Give me the rest, will ya? I hate all this charming nonsense. Do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work, cause if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Oh! Are some very suspicious red stains. What? What is looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area of Tugina now. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds. Yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Windybanks when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Genie. I'm going to shoot. Well. Oh, shit. Oh. Not. Oh. Masons? It was Macute who killed him. Probably. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. Regino fine? The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reached with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we have already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see who had the purple blood. Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What did you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would you someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. You can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGill's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. You motherfucker. You son of a bitch. When you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGill that trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. No explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGill's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. McGill! I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGill. Son of a bitch. You son of a crap! Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGill was innocent? Yeah, but he only walked free for like 5 minutes. I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama. Kazuma! Catch him! What's funny, Gina? Oh, sounds like it is. Sounds like in this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. But come on, look at this mess it's got you into, believing that walk to other. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. But at least you have learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. Soon as you let down your guard, you had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip him up. Rip him up and chuck him away. Are you sure, really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer out there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I let everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can't believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruto, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You have not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you are telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruto. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Peeps just trips off me tongue, and I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I don't understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What did you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What did you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You isn't a lot lar. Or I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Bum, bum, bum. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Who is hiding there? Show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is in the height of cowardice! Mr. Sato, somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. What? Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Gregson? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard of so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Grexy! Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. Just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da, toodle, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye. Bye and bye and bye. It's a lot of farewells and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at that minute. Oh, I see. Shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with the sharpest, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Oh, nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Grexy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Which is so funny, he says such a silly things. It's suddenly entertaining to see an inspector of the police phoning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Must attend the court's clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato's-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day, and it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Sad. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. You know, on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we have managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we have only been here a short time, but my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I have learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Face it, and like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small numbers of the total facets. What is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. It's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. Suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You have grown so much. Sorry? I have what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. 4 a.m.? I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry. I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but... Reward you other will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed under the omnibus. The McGill case? It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windybag's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will pulse through your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. She's a great assistant. For sure. The best. I like her a lot. I would take her. For sure. Then the, who was it again? The little sister in Finished Right. I forgot Mia's sister. Mia's little sister, I forgot the name already. But I'll take Maya. I'll take Susato-san. I'll take Susato-san over Mia and Maya. That I have been a complete failure. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Okay, so there's 2 pages. Victim found deceased at the last scheduled omnibus of the day after staff was wounded to abdomen. Brick maker, east end of London. Magnus killed. Conviction was assured with the 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in a acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay. It's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. Must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hi! I love you! What? What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Let me confess my feelings! Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Oops. Susato-san. It really had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. All right. 17th April at the Small Hours, the St. Sinners Hospital ward. Oh! Yes, I can understand. This is a great weight of my mind. Oh, Sholmes. There's a shirt. I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, on the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Susato-san, right? My dear madam. To be continued. Oh, man. That was a long-ass investigation, huh? I think it took like 4 hours plus. And now it's trial time? Trial part 1. That investigation was a shit-ass long. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Alright, trial time, baby. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry, you know, you're in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like, go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato-san and I won't meet again one day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Vacky? Oh, Vacky! Great way to show your support, little kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. Pour a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Genie? Oh, well, think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Now, let's take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. The bad news was a weather report. So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train is delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. Only all good news cancel out the bad. Look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in big purse blunder, see? How did you like that? We'll let them say what they want, see if I care. I cannot because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will soon show up everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will, and then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be: discharged diver is nonetheless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work, did it? It's like she was still here. Oh, let's see here. The Ministry Mall classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Irish channel has her finger on the pulse of world news. What secret communications between Great Britain and its allies? Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I come up with the 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. Wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, could be, and it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Oh yeah, Iris. Yeah, Ginny. Well, I was wondering if it's all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but her still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Alright, no Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me but today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from the start to finish. It's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. It's that. 10 a.m. Alright. Hey! The Russian guy! The Russian guy! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare it is court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. And I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. Kappa! The Russian guy! The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord 16, my lord, remind me how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced as somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? What one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of a burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling. Cancel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGill. If I had known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence trickster from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. What? Did you really just say that? It means you now, Runo. And actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal, what are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord 16's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about our old Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord 16. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Oh, come on, that's Oh, are you ready to hear the evidence of place before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know, chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future, absolutely, absolutely, everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it, I can't have left it in there, it's not possible, but could I have? How many dispensable in society stop, female century future awake stop. Bruh! These jars are freaking rigged! This guy doesn't even know either! What the? Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take boss to Crystal Tower. Please! What the? What the? Come on! Come on! Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly, it's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. That guy's no doctor my ass either. And that guy... For fuck's sake! Really? Funny coincidence like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Coincidence. I'm being duped. Wow, wow, wow. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Oh, come on. Right. Yeah. The victim, Mr. Pop Windy Bang, proprietor of pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Okay. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullets entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh! The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. No other signs of trauma? Give me a sec. Okay, 1 a.m., 1:30. Is the death from a ball? Okay, bullet wound to the heart, the bullet entered the body from the back, and general rising diagonal trajectory. Nothing else except a hole. The hand? I don't know if it's the lighting or what, but we'll see. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishments where the incident occurred. Okay. The property was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windyback, and the accused. It may further interest the court to note that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Oh, fuck, I skipped it. She's one of those fitted traps at the lift. So fast? Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, here we go again. Wait, I'm still waiting for the code to fly out, and then he's serious. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. That's right. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Skip a line? What? After that testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Beautiful, big person, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord 16. The prosecution has barely begun to present its case, or maybe you didn't read it out loud because it's it. Oh, yeah, I didn't read it out loud. I usually, when I drink, I don't read it. And I read it in my mind. At once, my lord. Okay, the gun. Finally. Okay. Nothing to be seen. Let's check the gun out. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Is he protecting his shop? I wonder. Trying to keep the articles safe. Anything else? I can like open it, huh? Okay. My guess is the calendar. I think the gun was shot. This gun shot the calendar thingy, and because I think there was 2 gunshots for sure. Had to be. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Already, huh? Okay. Let's begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th April of this year. What the? Hey! What the? What the? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. I am the pearl guy. I like pearl. I don't like apples that much. I'll take the pearl. Or I could take the I'll take the fish and chip too. Name the names. Nash King. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Names Ringo Skulking. Occupation same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we are what they call the 3 Skulking Brothers. The 3. But there's only 2. Unless Inspector Gregson. No. What look at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. God blimey, that's God. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older brother. It's our older bro. Lost contact with him. We are. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. Hi Mario and Luigi. It's me, Mario. And the last night we come across you, the very spirit of bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? Is Nash, he is the very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Bro Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulking, and that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson, begging your pardon, Lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Sulking brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, and on suspicions of theft. Thieves, are they, these 3? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. What, Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence? Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize their pawnbroker, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Proprietor? Order! The various trespass of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. Skulking, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Apply to. Cause a skulking, never skulking. Get out of it. Alright. He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the cab store was ajar, see? Ajar? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside our blimey lammy, we heard a gunshot from the dark room. We went to see what was what, but the doors was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing, we just left after that nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. Within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by this blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, but because I saw it with my own eyes, I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Well,
Hold it!
the front door of Windybags was ajar, you say. What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so, right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. But it was pitch black inside, it's true, ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Saki? Me, old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. When these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is a pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changed nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, good God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. Gods will often present itself as the whim of thieves, does it? Very no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't, like we said at the time. Yeah, don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. Glass to a block road what looks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting chopping today.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just that one, Governor. I can swear to that. Nope, there's two because Sholmes got shot too. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windyback always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windyback always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty to grasp into the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop as entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Telling me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? An enormous petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you're trying to wrap it, Dingo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you have to say it via normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one or two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These instruments are of the latter inclination. My learned Independence friend would seem is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, Cancel. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam as soon as we weren't it? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ate more than a violence. Peace-loving nippers, we are not blotchers. We are, Nash, we are. We never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy lockets. So clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers last night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Since alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sholmes! They shot the great Mr. Sholmes! I did hear that actually. There was a new rumor he'd been rushed to hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of shots having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzles, as you say, Counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Single round was fired, huh? Hydra! Seen it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walk into Windy Bag's door. I make those brothers pay. Anything else? Yes. Yes, to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder in this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands other evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there!
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this court were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, I'm pretty sure the green blood is Sholmes. I'm pretty sure. We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that there is two fired that gun before they left Windy Banks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. Let me save just in case. I don't have anything else other than that though, right? I'm pretty sure I don't have anything else.
Take that!
So, the evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Cancel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dialing then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? This one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windyback's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. That's right. That's right. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Six? He's gonna throw that to the... Boom. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinching my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies, they claim to be opening a fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna hand us in the soup? We had a deal. You were gonna get into them details. You were gonna get into the details? Tell him, Sulky, set the blocker straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? 1-6 knew the testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Rolf Van Six? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of the Mr. Windy Bank at all. So that's it. What the fuck, guys? That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bro. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in the question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Barista Shams appears to have taken pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric, says who? Not me, don't give me that look. Install a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Council? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30. 9. 9:30. As the court will observe, the copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Very practical, I feel. Practical. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half an hour? I'm afraid I'll fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the world would be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witness currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Witness says, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been, Nash, must have been, yes, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might have been expect to see within the shop? Oh! 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 Well, shit! The accused is pictured gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite, one could too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photograph print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Alright, let's see here. Nothing to see, unsee though. I don't believe it, Genie. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windyback. Well, shit. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a badly bullet to a knee in the Battle of Mainwand, 1880. Don't you know? Decorate for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see the battle of daily life if you like. And here I am, leading this smallest squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. This guy, Mr. Gilbert. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gary Depp's squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, man. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. There's no room for doubt. Stop. Truth now. Undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers that are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Now to consider verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Well, GG, game over. Let's move on. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. All the evidence clearly points the finger of the guilt at this young pickpocket teen. As a housemate, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in the stereo, the truth will just pop out. Stereo. If I had left it in there, I should think there will be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission. A verdict is follow. Stop. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Alright. The storeroom are locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windyback. Which means there's more to this situation than we have yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed. The summation examination.
Hold it!
You're Miss Natsume's landlord, Mr. Gary Depp, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, not the turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Gary Depp's house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodge moved out, and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh, haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet, but bad enough that the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do a rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. Suppose not. Cars. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to a jurors number 2.
Hold it!
polishing the bench I see again. As a maid's work is never done, not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, big purses, and craftsmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If we were up to me, all those backslums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Holmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gather scum having the audacity to shoot our very great detective. More detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Holmes, not the defendant. More detail indeed, they're all gather scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall have made my statement. Oh! Those scums are the scum of the earth. They should swing for the shooting of the great detective. I agree with you, the shooting of Mr. Holmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybag. I'm afraid you are splitting hairs, sir. Sorry. Whether it was the thieves or the pickers, it was still God's trust that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this mate's mind isn't going to be easy. No. It was one of those two brothers that shot Harriet, wasn't it? Yes, without a question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Look at the photograph in stereo. Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
There's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in the stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspective we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. This guy! Alright, this old man again. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and Mike kind of at forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you have left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing went into the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What did he? Surely not. Monkas! Exactly, surely not, you said yourself. Don't you worry, isn't it? Oh my god! That's one way of putting it. The other's manslaughter. That's exactly not my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be, but as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Repercussions by now, huh?
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Oh, same thing. Oh shit. I wish you could skip a lot faster in this game, you know, like in Phoenix Trilogy, but you cannot. Alright.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission. What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with the Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete their journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up, radio transmission is the future. True. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. I try not to wear out your fingers. Aero wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other playful? Hey, I can't stand it. I really can't. Just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you are obviously filming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. Do you think stereoscopes are just toys to you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why not would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you should find that viewing is a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm always going to have to demonstrate what sort of possibilities. Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal a hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any Runo? Any prints we could look at with stereoscope? Absolutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. What print? I have no idea.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh no, I think I fucked it up actually. Or did I? And the gun. Right? No. Yeah, I fucked it up. I think I fucked it up. I'm not sure. Save the game. I mean, to just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Can I just put print as a picture though? I can, right? Any other pictures I have? I mean... I have this, right? So...
Take that!
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I need 2 pictures. Yeah. Our bathroom break though. Be right back. Oh, yes, I remember that, but the print we have from the book is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we have another print at some point later in the trial. Okay. If we obtained it, huh? Alright.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not violent Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. You just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound stage at all. You forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathize for these brothers. People say they're criminals only because of how they look. The Skulking Brothers. Duh, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. Skulking Brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can just my alright, I know. I think I already know. Alright. That and this guy.
Objection!
Explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory. Juror number 6, you have got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. Juror number 2 said earlier. When the Skulking Brothers fled the scene of the night, on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Revolver? Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen. Arnstead. Uh-oh, abdomen. Mr. Sholmes, hopefully that surgeon. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Oh, here is word. Abdomen, part of a person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done anything. Never done nothing, but the truth is they shot detective. Duh, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh, lying's wrong, especially when lies is said by a person who looks like a criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means when they say we never took anything, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I should know one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be... Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder... Oh, you compare the print that picture you need and the next print from a half an hour later... You'd be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Kui, Mr. Prosecutor. Toot toot, calling on the prosecution in the middle of an summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke the Shinter shop is this one. Alright, we got now. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulking brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. This was taken after Hurley's was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. Oh! That does seem to be the case. I can notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. I would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I didn't understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue this with trial. Yay! Well done, Lurudno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose, but there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Alright, and then we got the next picture.
Hold it! Take that!
Okay.
Take that!
Here we go. Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in the Windy Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic image works? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Okay, we know this. And then... Ta-da! Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between the certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. It's not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Here, can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? I want to look at these pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Alright. You see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Yes, I see. The lamb. Obviously the lamb. Bruh. The lamb. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now... Try to look at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then... Yeah. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill prints from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly? Yes, I saw it. What's going on with these two pictures? Some things are the kind of sort of jump out at you. Eyes. yes, that's it. You see, that's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. I couldn't see it. I can't help me. Other amazing power. Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? His eyes. Why did reduce this? Why did this do some of the things on the cat that seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, you try to look at them identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slightest shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems that objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, it shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their position. Yes, there must have been. I wish I had this game on Switch so I could try it on handheld. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is. Just thinking it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items. Items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter.
Take that!
Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull Dukes, but from Lucy Lockets. My phrasebook says Dukes is meaning hand and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. What is this? Another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree that Curse is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windyback to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulking brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is pick purse. Come on, gather trust. Why look any further for the wrong door here? Because the Skulking brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady player. Headbutted it? Can you all see now? I think you'll find the stereoscope aren't playthings. You have seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree, stop. Most pursuits after trial, stop. Will return home via Regent Street, stop. Okay. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via this mighty scale of justice. Pork! I hereby call this summation explanation to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without conscience, says. And I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done! Oh, by the way, what? You should hold onto this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual surely, but alright. Okay. Okay. Anything else should I know here? Yeah, 2 prints. Okay, yeah. So nothing for now at least, but let's wait. Says 10-year-old girl. I wonder. It's gotta do something with... Who knows, but... 416, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the pocket to do so, my lord. I have won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued. No! Part 2! Order please, let us resume proceedings. Witness says you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. Skulking. Core blimey. This is going to be hard work. Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windy Banks. There was bedlam soon as, weren't it? Was Nash, it was, didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. You never done nothing of the sort. Oh, how did you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court and precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oh shit, and that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chance of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought brought word pondering perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We'll hear ya. We'll plop, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Here we go, here we go. What do you got? Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we went rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lamy didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarped straight into him. I'm in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never even had a chance, did we? Had a chance, huh? So you admit to the defense's accusations. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windyback's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor. No. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tied it up. Yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we are hardly sound like rough at all. Roughs at all? We don't Nash. We don't. Can he make us? Can he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at the Windy Banks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Okay.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't Nash, we ain't. If we admit to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well, I said Ringo, me or China, we only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you have done, landed yourself in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple either. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked him, nothing. Right, Nash? Right. More like we tidied up the place up. Sorry.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much yet, that this background nurse needs to learn to keep its shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright, blimey, me dead granny would have woken up that bang. Big bro here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a lot of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame and what knocked them scales on the floor. You have really mastered working real quietly then. What a racket, me granny would have been scared back into her grave and at a ladder like that. So in short, the gunshot was took you by surprise. And then some, I mean it.
Is that right?
Excuse me!
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I kept saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about the testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't go soft if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning that last night, and the statement they gave them told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like perhaps you have been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, fellas. If I discover the witness testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I should be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak! Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov.
Hold it!
Give me that gun. So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't mind, you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Kind of thing. A carrier in acting tragically missed. And where the voice is coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the cabinet walls. Yo, there's the follow. Mister, wait, what was it? I didn't see him. My notification is kind of fucked up right now, but thank you very much. Because we could move on the other side of the door behind the counter. It was in the storeroom where the victim was found dead. The voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windy Bank. On me, Granny's life, of course it was. On his Granny life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windy back in the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Kansu, indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. Oh. Am I supposed to deny it when that blocked in all the offensive clubbers giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, on me, Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. Summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard a gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Yeah, make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidy up after like good little boys anyway, the way I see it. You're saying that Mr. Windyback had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it in mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windyback was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say to protect the articles in his keepings, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. His own head, though. That someone is being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed. Indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, it certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it, cooked his goose proper. His goose proper? But he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, give me that gun. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less the same time in golf. Okay. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deadly quiet after that, it did, but the wind right up me. Anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we have been led to believe. It was Golf. It was from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. We had to kind of run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day. We really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Jean was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. Yes, where you fire a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was Nash, we was truth be told, I was already checking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're checking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. But apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or somewhat, so they clapped the darbies on us like drinking. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it done it, eh? Never just did we. I mean, I already expected this, but the single shot has been shot.
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windy Bank. Correct? You got it, mister? Down to the D. So the Skulking brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windy Bank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you tire it. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expression, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose, you can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You conclude that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, but that's all. You should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright, Hit me. I'm not sure.
Hold it!
Really, I'm not sure. I actually am not sure. Aww. Another sense of trauma? Let me just see. I want to save it right here. I could be wrong, but for now, at least, let me just try and see. I don't know which photo card was it then. We found in the tape. Or was it this one?
Objection!
So that wasn't that one. Was it?
Hold it!
Oops. Oh well. Totally empty when we went in. Yeah, never encountered. That's the one. I need to prove that they did encounter it. But I need to prove that they did encounter with the Mr. Windy Park. But fuck.
Hold it!
Oh! The reborn name is the Windy Pack and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What dash what? Any ideas? Yes, cancel. It would. Nah. We didn't know the geezer. Was supposed to deny it when that block in all the mind see clapper between us to the evil eye. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, unmarked rest. No, they know. What the fuck? How do I... Ah, I have no idea. What? In order to prove they did meet him and they did know the wind guy, the guy. But with my proofs, Windy Bank. Oh fuck him. I'm too far.
Objection!
Wasn't that one? Something odd about that. I can't prove how. Oh. Not that one. Nothing about that.
Objection!
Not about that either. It's not the cards for sure. What else do I would pre not that one. This doesn't matter, I think, or does it? Okay, nothing about.
Objection!
Alright, I am not sure. I actually am not sure about this. Okay, I am lost right now. I'm pretty sure I pressed all of them. Manga him. I need help for sure. I already pressed all of them multiple times.
Hold it!
Just the transcript. Oh, give me a sec. The transcript. Wait, where is it again? Oh, you were checking it? Ah. Doesn't mean you have? Okay. Let's get back to the testimonies though, since I don't know where you are doing a press. Where am I? Okay. This is my last one. I got 5 of them. No, 6 of them, I mean. Yeah, did you get them? You looking?
Hold it!
Got it. Fourth statement. Shh, let me become a. The shooter. Oh, that's not the fourth statement. That's here. Because you need to press stop.
Hold it!
I will press the. I will press this though. There's nobody like Nobody's acting very sus at all. Bit busy right now, actually. Oh, sorry about that then. Shit. The block will walk up the place with other guys, so he should have just find something yelling. Oh, so this one. So holding a gun. He.
Objection!
Oh, so saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windy Bang, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. E hash Nash he has no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windy Bang was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Colonel Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windy Bang's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the number murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mold tool used the victim's own gun to finish him off. That gun. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh. The crime had taken place as you have so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to a dynamo and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, Clamsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Well, let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness portrayal of the victims? This one, for sure. According to their testimony, the witness claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we have been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states the victim died instantly after being shot from the behind. Oh. So as I stated before, there is undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skullking. But it's the God's one's truth. It is Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windyback holding a gun? Champ, and someone like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that at the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimonies to the contrary, the Skulking brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, That's right. That's right. Oh no. Witness, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, it was supposed to, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. And am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we plop now, you know what he'll do to us. He, who are they talking about? He, the ex-Benedict guy, Edgar. Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But he'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourself fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got inside the coffin. Eve aside. Eve a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mark. Give me that gun, he fell out. And then he flew out as like a woos possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I put my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. You swear? So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yeah, sorry. Well, We find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, Counsel for the Defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it? The moment I've been waiting for? Alright, let's see. That's all what happened as well. Let's see. This thing bothers me. You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all? Nothing of nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. You know it was because we tried to open it. But it's decent door that one good and strong wouldn't touch an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? Oh no. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot the Mr. Windybank? Yes. Mr. Skullcane? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely? It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let's return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked in from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answers to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, well, you must now provide an answer to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, would that change Gina's prospect hugely? So now, time for some clarity. Show me with the court on this plan the answers to the question posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from the where the person could have fired the gun. Save the game. I mean, couldn't they shot it? You know, there was just a little hole from the door. You could open it from outside, right? And you could shoot it outside either way. So my guess, it doesn't matter. Let me just guess. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. Exactly. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location, indicate where was the victim at the time. Huh? Wait. Oh, wait, victim was at the time. My guess. Is it around here? Then did he die around here? He died around here though, right? Did he die around here? Shit. Wait, I can check the... Yeah, the victim died there. So my guess...
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winback died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after the death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulking Brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into a back room. If Mr. Windbag ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ugh. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. But these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the yeah. A single shot. Shoulder. There's a one-shot guy right there. Poor man shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he could have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windy Bang.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. He claimed the victim was shot at as he fled into a room. He also claimed his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key into the lock. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court in the scenario described. The defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom, in which case who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Well, obviously...
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. Ah, yes, that's a tricky one that is in it. Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windy Bang were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windy Bang must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, that wouldn't leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by a bullet, but the bullet Mr. Windy Bang fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Oh, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was the terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windy Bang. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't a cop, we ain't, you gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's plenty run true, I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulking, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrator of Mr. Windy Bang's murder. That's right. That's right. You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shit as the dense forest. It was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seems to be firmly on your side now. I know first time ever and probably the last. Well, I think you have done it. Surely they have to give it a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord 1-6? Why I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation, but such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable petty fuckery here. What? Then hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you are unaware of your logic failing? Say Lord 1-6? Might be an idea to explain this body conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground home. The fatal flaw in my learned friend argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you are not too dim-witted to can bullets. But George, can bullets. One shot from each gun. Oh dear, he noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Cancel? Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Correct. The first and that which hit the victim in the back in his life, and the second that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we note there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windy Bank, and the Skulking Brothers revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brothers gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windy Bank not shot by the same gun, stop, only one bullet stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Scrutiny? Scrutiny. Oh no! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinching the dregs of this hallowed nectar into a public gallery. Lord 1-6. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the president in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She's a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question with the loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. Yes, that music box disc, McGill's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windy Bank, the accused attempted to make off with this article which clearly doesn't belong to her. With none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years in misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets the fact that at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament. Lord 16. I am Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's that all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to 16 at the all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Okay. We still have to make guilds. Okay. And then we have the blood. Oh, Runo, look. This blood? Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Now that it's my time to shine again, I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Runo. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash? Whoa! I love the bright shade. It's green, but Gina was the one who hurt the acre guy, and that's where the bleeding came from. Wait, is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Well. The prosecution has established and the accused motive, opportunity, a baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I let you inform decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord, wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about it in a big fuck up to now, if should be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Pepe hands. Guilty. Rip. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. And you have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Oh, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond my any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Ready for action, sir? Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright, we're not gonna read this right now. Okay, now my turn, right? I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by argument put forward by the chap in black, but when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I actually had been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Alright, my time, come on. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. Right? Yes, my lord. And this is where, my friends, we are unfortunately gonna have to end the stream. Oh, I train. Looks like tomorrow we will finish this trial tomorrow, or this case, I guess, and start the second one, the second game, I think. So yeah. Thanks for watching. Fun. Fun. So I shall see you guys tomorrow with the finale of this case and the sequel. Bye bye, spirit. Have a lovely day. See you all tomorrow on Wednesday. See you all. Bye bye.